Shalom, people. Grand Rising. We are out here getting money. Shout outs to all my Uber drivers, Lyft drivers, Via drivers, bus drivers, truck drivers, cab drivers. Everybody out at work right now in the medical field, in the hospitals. Everybody getting ready to go. I just saw the bakery dudes getting ready. Shout outs to everybody that make America go round. We out here. Um, Shout outs to you because, without you, shit wouldn't get done, right? You already know. If you're on your way in, have a great day. Don't work too hard. Do your job. Be nice to people. If you're on your way home, that's what's up. Get some rest. You back at it next day. On and on, round and round. That's what we do, right? We work. Israelites, don't worry about it. We got next, right? According to prophecy. If we do good, we get good. It's what it is. We out here. We'll see what type of day we're gonna have. I'm expecting a good day. Um, I didn't sight the moon. I'm supposed to take off for new moon. I didn't sight the moon. I didn't see it. Nobody did. And as I understand it, we're supposed to sight the moon. Now, admittedly, I didn't look, but to be perfectly honest, right, it wasn't visible. It wasn't visible. You couldn't see it. You're supposed to be able to sight the moon in order to determine it's a new moon. And, we can do the calculations and all that there. But I ain't doing it. I'm going to sight the moon because that's what we're supposed to do. If I happen to see it at any point, as soon as I see it, if I see it early today, I'll stop working because, there's no working on the new moon. And unlike the Gregorians and the Julians, our new moon isn't the black moon. Ours is the first visible crescent. That's how it works for us. So, man, my face red as hell. That shit cool. One side black, one side gray. That shit cool as hell. Anyway, we out here. I keep saying it. See how long it take to get a first ride. It's Wednesday, and Wednesdays always, are slow. It's 2 a.m. on a Wednesday. It's actually 2:04. But we out here, right? And nothing else to say, apparently. See what's happening in the news. Uber CEO Dara Khosrowshahi. His son still hasn't gotten his license and uses ride hailing instead. He's not alone. Who gives a shit? But it's true. A lot of people ain't getting their license because of this Uber shit. That's newsworthy. A new underground tunnel will conveniently connect New York City to Hoboken and Jersey City. That's awesome. Scientists find a massive great white shark near Florida. Some bullshit news. Who gives a fuck about Diddy? Fuck Diddy. Again, nobody gives a fuck about Diddy. World's first robot kickboxing tournament held in China. Holy shit. Let's see the largest air forces in the world. To number 6 will surprise you. Of course, the largest air force in the world, hoorah, United States, right? I've said it before. There is no military force greater than the United States military combined. Now, of course, you can like let the EU, NATO, the European Union, they combined, they still not larger than our military, Air Force, Navy, Army, or Marines. Um, Perhaps maybe Russia and China, if they were to combine, would probably be a larger force to reckon with, but not so, you know, much that we'll worry.
Just ahead, turn right on Walnut Street.
So the largest air force in the world, the United States, with a total of 14,486 aircraft. That's not bad.
Turn right on Walnut Street.
I ain't gonna read it because I'm driving and that's dangerous. The second largest air force in the world, total aircraft, 4,292. Russia. So we'll definitely whoop their ass in the
right
air.
On Walnut Crescent.
I worry about Russia though. So number 3 gotta be China. Of course, there it is. Number 3, China. Total largest air force in the world. Number 3. China has 3,304 aircraft. So even if they were to combine China and Russia, they would only have a total of, just under 8,000 aircraft together. We still got them beat by 6,000 aircraft. So
Turn right on Walnut Crescent.
America is the biggest, baddest bully with the biggest stick. All right, let's see who number 4 is. India. Total aircraft 2,296. My bad, I ain't. Oh shit, that's terrible. Wasn't even any good. But they got the number 4th largest aircraft air force in the world. Let's see who number 5 is. Japan. They have 1,459 aircraft. After what they did in Pearl Harbor, I wouldn't have allowed them to even
In a quarter-mile, turn right on Essex
develop an
Avenue.
air force. They, all of us would have had to get together and be like, nah, fuck you. Not gonna happen.
In a quarter-mile, turn left on Baldwin Street. Turn left on Baldwin Street.
Let me turn this camera around. I'm about to pick up. It's pretty dark here. Sure.
Just ahead,
It's the
turn
number
left on
6
Baldwin
largest air force in the world. Holy shit, I am surprised. Pakistan.
Head to your pickup at 58, turn left on Baldwin Street.
Pakistan, the number 6, has 1,434
Turn left on Baldwin Street. Then turn right on Essex
aircraft.
Avenue.
Damn. That means that, because, Russia is not part of the European Union. So,
Turn right on
European
Essex
Union
Avenue. Then turn left on Pitt Street.
has an ass air force. I don't even think I should keep going. After
Turn left on
Pakistan,
Pitt
who would
Street.
it be?
Then pick up Josh.
Let's see. Holy shit, South Korea. 1,171
Josh.
aircraft. All right, the number 8 largest air force in the world. Number 8 on that list is Egypt with total aircraft 1,093. Yeah. Jersey's the biggest, baddest bully. Then it's Turkey at 1,069 aircraft. Number 10 is France with 972. Fuck France. They have a lot to say here, but I can't read all of that. I'm driving.
How are you, sir?
I'm well, brother. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
You're well.
I'm sorry about the walk. Wait.
The wait
Head
now,
to
no
your drop
worries.
off at 106 Elm Street.
What is that, residential? You
Head
working
to your
there?
drop off at 106
So
Elm Street.
my friend lives there.
Oh,
Actually.
okay.
We watched the Knicks game
Just
down
ahead,
at
turn right on Broad
the
Street.
pub at the end of the street.
Down here?
Yeah, the local.
Oh,
I've
I.
just been there my whole
Yeah,
town pub.
yeah. This place is old.
Yeah, not one. So it's been there my
Turn
whole life.
right on Broad Street.
You're from the area?
Stone's throw away.
Okay.
Central Water North, just down by the
Keep going
park.
past Blue Ave.
Huh? Yeah, go down to that. I'm on Park Ave, actually.
Oh, okay. Cool.
How about you? You from over here?
Yeah, so I actually grew up in at Glen Ridge over there, the town in between, and now I live in West Orange.
All right.
I love Essex County. I love Jersey.
Yeah, me too, man. I've tried to leave.
Yeah, for sure. Where'd you try to go?
So I've been up and down the Eastern Seaboard.
Okay.
I haven't gone, out west because
Yeah.
fuck that.
There's no need to go.
Yeah, I'm not doing it. But I've been up and down. I've been as far as Mount Kissel, whatever the hell, up in
Florida?
in New Hampshire, New
Okay.
England.
Oh.
So I've been as far. I've been way up north, all the way down to the Everglades,
Yeah.
and Florida is probably where I visited the most places
Yeah.
because I lived in Tampa for about 4 years and in
Yeah.
Fort Pierce, and I visited Okeechobee, Ybor City, Clearwater. So I had a blast in Florida.
What always brings you back to Jersey?
I don't know, man. I can't call it. Well, what brought me back from Florida?
Yeah.
I was in school. One
Yeah.
morning I woke up to go to school and I was cold.
Okay.
Like I was freezing cold in
Yeah.
Florida. That
Yeah.
made no sense to me.
Right.
So I left that day.
Really?
Yeah, that day. Left
You-
everything behind and just said, fuck it, I'm going home.
How old are you at the time, can I ask?
Early 20s. So that was a long time ago.
Prime time to leave Florida.
Yeah. And unlike everybody else, I hated Miami.
Yeah.
That shit was too busy.
So once we graduated high school, my mom ended up moving to Fort Lauderdale.
Okay.
So me and my brother moved out there. Probably stayed a good year and a half before my mom was like, we need to. It's up to you guys. Like, what's happening now? And we were like, I had to come back to Jersey. Florida was fun for like a good year. And I was like, and I can always come down to visit.
That's
but
right.
To live all the time. My brother, he loves it. His girl moved out to Miami. They lived in downtown Miami. It was his birthday this weekend. He was like, come for the weekend. There's this DJ I want to go see, and the concert starts at midnight. And so the DJ is probably going to come out like 4. I was like, what am I going to be doing outside at 4 in the morning now? Like, it's just a different pace. Like, it's too much. It's too much.
Yeah, I didn't like Miami at all. It was way too much.
Yeah, for sure.
Way too much. This asshole got his high beams on me.
Yeah,
Can't stand it. Probably a cop. Give a shit.
Yeah, Jersey's the best though.
Yeah. I wish I could afford land here. I would definitely buy it, but I can't afford it.
I mean, I feel like I guess so. People buy land in the South nowadays.
Yeah.
But I was about to say land is like inherited a lot too. Weirdly, but like down the South, you can get some property if you're into that.
I'm looking in Missouri,
Okay.
right on the Arkansas border, because it's beautiful. It's untouched.
Yeah.
I'd love to go to Alaska,
Okay.
but I don't think my family will come visit.
There's country out there.
Yeah. Untouched.
There's space.
Yeah, yeah.
In a quarter-mile, turn right
It's
on
unfortunate that
Washington
it's
Street.
way up north and so cold,
Right.
but it's pretty. It's pristine. It's nice to look at, and you know, on your own out there. I'm with that.
Peace is probably the greatest thing you could ever find. Honestly.
But you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't want to find peace while I'm on Earth.
For real.
Yeah,
Turn
no,
right
no.
on Washington Street.
Not like that. I'd rather be content.
Happy?
Yeah, even happiness is very temporary.
What do you mean content?
Like
That's
I'm okay, right? I'm good. I'm eating. I got a roof over my head.
yeah.
Bills are paid. Shit like that.
Okay.
Peace. I'll find that shit in the grave.
You don't find you're not peaceful being content?
Um. So I have moments of peace, like moments of happiness,
Yeah.
moments of clarity.
Yeah.
Um. They're temporary though, and I'm
Absolutely.
okay with that.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. Like, but to peace. That I'll find that later in life, like later in the grave after death.
So that's so interesting that you say that because like
In a
you're probably
quarter-mile,
awake
turn
right
right on
now.
Orange Road.
I don't sleep a lot at night. So once you don't sleep a lot at night, you're alone in your head in hours where your brain is supposed to shut off, but the stuff that you're thinking has to keep you wired where you're awake. So I mean, yeah, you're right. You have times of it, but you're happy. I mean, yeah, you're right. Absolutely.
Yeah, look, if I meet someone who's happy 24 hours a day, 360 days a year,
That's too boring.
yeah, I want to know what the hell he's on.
No,
Turn right
absolutely.
on
I want
Orange
to know,
Road.
and I want some. I
No,
want
you're
some.
right.
If you can keep that energy going
Yeah,
24 hours a day, I want to know how you're doing it,
yeah.
and I want a taste of whatever it is that you're taking. Really, bro.
So it works for you, right?
Yeah. Um, you want to stay out of your head though. Like, what's
Yeah.
your nationality?
I'm Caribbean,
Which Caribbean?
Trinidad and Tobago.
Trinidad and Tobago. Okay, so um, your parents as well.
Yeah.
Nope.
I was born here.
But your
Both
parents,
my
you're
parents were born
Caribbean. I'm
here. Yeah.
Caribbean, so
Oh, okay.
I could dig it.
What are you?
Boricua.
Okay.
Um, so
I'll give you a little bit of my story for you to understand. So my parents, yeah, they were both born here. My mom came when she was 16. My mom has been a babysitter her whole life. My dad, he came when he was also 16. But my dad's like a different story where he was just so smart. Where he, at 17, he went to college. He went early. He went to like an Ivy League school. My grandma probably was here for like 5 years before. Went to Ivy, did all that. He went to financing, Wall Street, all that stuff. And then me and my brother came along and we just played soccer. We played soccer our whole life. We played soccer all
Turn
over the
left on
world. We went
Harrison
to
Avenue.
Spain, Scotland, Honduras. Like we were very good at soccer, and we were both like, it's either we're going pro at soccer because we put so much time and effort into it,
mhm.
and the window is small. Like it's a professional. You're good. Thank
Got
you
it.
so much. Man. Yeah, professional sport when you're at that level, it's either you know someone, have to get connected at the right time, or it just it's a quick window and you don't realize at the time. And now my dad can look back at it and was like, "You guys are so good. I should have done X, Y, and Z."
Right.
And I'm like, "Bro, it's your fucking first time in this country too. Like, you didn't like it's whatever. It didn't happen. It's the
In a
future,
quarter-mile,
small
turn
stuff
right
like
on
that."
Elm Street.
My girlfriend gives me a headache all the time too. Not about the soccer stuff, just being a woman in general.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Pain in the ass.
So it's just life, you know.
Well, to stay out of your head,
Mm.
get yourself a Bible,
Hey,
King James version 1611, because he's a House of Stuart, sixth of Scotland, first of England,
yeah,
and that means he's one of the children of Israel,
okay,
which you
Turn
are.
right on Elm Street.
You're
Then
one
right
of the
on
children of
College.
Israel. Trinidad is the tribe of Benjamin. That's the last born son of Jacob, Israel. So that book is about your people, your heritage, your culture.
Yeah.
So get yourself that book and read that book. And I promise you won't be in your head. That'll take hold inside your mind and renew your spirit. It'll convert it completely.
Wow, thanks a lot, sir.
You're welcome.
This was a great experience.
Right here,
Yes,
this
sir.
one. All right, brethren.
Have a good night. It was a
You as
pleasure
well,
meeting
man.
you.
Pleasure was mine. Stay safe, stay healthy. You heard?
You as well, sir. Thank you. Sorry.
Got it?
Yes.
All right. Be good, man.
You as well. Thank you.
Let's see, where are we? We're on Harrison Ave. Let's make a left here. So I would ask how everybody's doing, right? But I don't suspect anyone's going to respond. So um, I don't know what to say. Might be out here. They ain't know shit. And I don't know what's happening because I didn't watch the news. And you already know if you don't watch the news, you're uninformed. If you do watch the news, you're ill-informed or misinformed. Misinformation, fake news, right? Here's what I'll do. I'll give you some shit to watch. Yeah,
What
watch
if
this.
everything that we were taught about the world wars was actually just a small piece of a much, much larger picture? There's a quote: "The greatest lies ever told are the ones closest to the truth." So, what if the bombing, the invasion, the mass relocation of all these people wasn't just the result of two nations having a catfight, but a result of them trying to clean up the final pieces of a civilization that they erased from our history? Let's make some new memories of a forgotten past as we take a trip down memory lane. Our adventure begins in Warsaw with the grand domed cathedral. As you can see, it has Tartaria written all over its details. What happened to this beautiful cathedral? It was reduced to rubble during the war. Our next stop is Belgium at the Ypres Cloth Hall. As you can see, this beautiful structure is dripping in Tartarian influence from corner to corner to corner. The unreal Gothic design, the vaulted arcades, and the sky-piercing towers. This building, unfortunately, was completely leveled in World War I. One of the more interesting places that I looked up was Nuremberg, Germany. And Nuremberg is incredible, or was before the war. You can see here, it was full of spires, cathedral style market squares. It had an extremely Tartarian aesthetic. There is no denying. This is one of the most beautiful cities I've ever seen. Some of these structures were untouched, but most were obliterated during the war. And we have Hiroshima, Japan. As you can see before the war, the A-bomb dome had a copper dome, and you can see its Greco-Roman design. This is not at all Eastern. Where did all of this come from? The A-bomb dome was the only building left standing. One could say it withstood the test of time. You know what else withstood the test of time that was in Japan? It's in Tokyo, their train station. Look at this train station in Tokyo. It is immaculate. And it hasn't changed at all. Where are these structures coming from? Who built them? This was a reset. It was a cover-up disguised as progress. They didn't want to preserve any of these buildings. They wanted to erase them because all of this architecture didn't match their narrative. And the further back you go, the louder the evidence becomes. You ever wonder why or where the saying, "What in tarnation," came from? It came from the Tartarian nation and their architecture, because every time you look up at these beautiful, immaculate designs, you would say to yourself, "What in tarnation?" This video was for entertainment purposes only. Nothing that I said should be taken serious or literal. Hope you guys enjoyed. Peace and love, y'all.
Okay. I don't know what to think about this whole Tartarian Empire. It is true that there are a lot of structures that just don't fit in with the narrative. I can dig it. Yeah, but I don't know what to think. I don't know what to feel about it. Like, are the people in charge and have been in charge since then that fucking evil? They would erase an entire civilization to keep us in the dark. And it makes sense because when you think about all of the world's fairs, all of those structures, they said they put them up and then tore them down overnight simply because of they didn't need them. It was just for a fair. Shit made no sense to me. Now, I wasn't around back then, but it makes sense that they would tear it down if they wanted to keep us in the dark, because allegedly they had power, radiant energy. And how can you charge people for power if it's free? You can't, right? So they had to destroy all of that ancient technology, like the bells. They got rid of all the bells. Every now and again, you'll hear a bell, but not as often as when I was a kid. When I was a child, there was nowhere that you couldn't go, at least not in my state, that you didn't hear bells ring at certain intervals. And then they all had a different frequency. I didn't know anything about it when I was a kid, but as I've, become studied, um, I remember The first few years of my life were spent in Jersey City. I was in what you all call the downtown area right now. None of that shit that was there was there. Um, St. Peter's was there though, and they had bells, and those bells would ring at certain intervals, at certain times of the day, noon, mid morning, early morning, mid afternoon, evening. Um, of course, on their Christian Sunday, they would ring those bells. What happened to all the bells? There are thousands of pictures of them collecting the bells, and they said they smelted them down for the war effort. And are these people that evil that they would start a world war, kill hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people, just to destroy ancient artifacts, ancient technology that would have kept humanity healthy and free? That's nuts. But then these people are nuts, right? I think it was John Lennon who said, the people at the highest levels of government were insane. And I think he meant that whether it was how do you say it, a monarch, a minister, prime, or religious, or government instituted by men to govern men, that they were all insane. I believe it. I believe it. Here in the United States, our government is shot the fuck out. And by our, I mean the government of the United States, not my government per se, because when you know, you know. That's some bullshit to say. But when you know. This government wasn't instituted by our people to govern our people. It was instituted by white men to govern themselves. They didn't include the people that they captured. And if you read the volumes upon volumes upon volumes of literature that they left behind, you'll see that they intended to keep a people enslaved perpetually, forever. I think there was writings by George Washington, the first president. He wasn't the first president, but the first president after the Continental Congress. Um, he's quoted as saying about the Moors, who apparently were in control in this land, occupied this land, were here before the first white explorers, Spanish explorers, and settlers arrived, long before. He said that all you got to do is take their fezzes, and that's the hat with the tassel, like a bucket. Take their fezzes off their head and their sandals off their feet, and in 2 generations, they won't remember who they are. So you got to outlaw their history. Kind of like when Antiochus Epiphanes um, outlawed Judaica. He outlawed the Israelites to even profess themselves to be Jews, that all men should be one people under his rule. There would be no Jew nor Gentile, nor male nor female, nor free nor bond. And you know the story. It's what Christians use to say that everybody's God's people. It's not true, but it's what they use. But he did it. He outlawed being Jew. He outlawed circumcision. He outlawed because the Jews were a distinct people separate from everybody else. And he was like, fuck that. We ain't doing that. We still are a distinct people separate from everybody else. And no one exhibits that today more than the Jewish people, right? The Israelis, they are separate from everybody else. They don't, like, they're racist, like truly 100% racist. If you're not them, you don't mean shit to them. That doesn't mean they won't work with you. That doesn't mean they won't employ you, that they won't, do business with you. That doesn't mean that. What it means is you're beneath them. And they'll say, no, but it's the truth. Talk to them. Just listen to them. Listen to their rabbis. There's one rabbi that they had that shot the fuck out. Rabbi, the fuck is his name? I can't remember his name right now. He's the one that said that the fast food chain, the Golden Arches, is using human flesh, as the product for their, as the ingredient for their product. I gotta be careful how I speak because you get a strike and warnings and all that other shit, and I don't really want that. I don't really want that. I want to be able to speak freely because I have a First Amendment right to speak. Right now, I only have that First Amendment right because I asserted. In reality, when it was written, that Constitution was written, it wasn't written with me in mind or my ancestors in mind or any black or brown person. Yeah, it wasn't. But they said the 14th Amendment gave us equal protection under the law. That's not really that. It's the equal protection clause, but said that 14th Amendment naturalized, you know, certain people. And I don't think it applies to my ancestors. We're natives, we're indigenous. But so many people are. They just convince them that they are not. Like, it's a fact, right? A known fact that a great portion of the people we call African American black are, in fact, the indigenous peoples of the Americas, the Mississippians. Look them up. But you got to do deep dive. You can't just, Google this shit. It's not going to work. They've suppressed a lot of the information. You'll find it, though. If you really want to, you'll find it. The Mississippians, the Choctaw, the Cherokee, the Creek, the Crow, the Blackfoot, the Iroquois. These people were all heavily melanated, woolly haired people. I mean, it was long, but it was wool. Along the Trail of Tears, those people, if you look at the old photos of them, those were heavily melanated people. There we go. But I'm gonna play this one more time,
What if
just for shits and giggles.
everything that we were taught about the world wars was actually just a small piece of a much, much larger picture? There's a quote: "The greatest lies ever told are the ones closest to the truth." So, what if the bombing, the invasion, the mass relocation of all these people wasn't just the result of two nations having a catfight, but a result of them trying to clean up the final pieces of a civilization that they erased from our history? Let's make some new memories of a forgotten past as we take a trip down memory lane. Our adventure begins in Warsaw with the Grand Domed Cathedral. As you can see, it has Tartaria written all over its details. What happened to this beautiful cathedral? It was reduced to rubble during the war. Our next stop is Belgium at the Ypres Cloth Hall. As you can see, this beautiful structure is dripping in Tartarian influence from corner to corner to corner. The unreal Gothic design, the vaulted arcades, and the sky-piercing towers. This building, unfortunately, was completely leveled in World War I. One of the more interesting places that I looked up was Nuremberg, Germany. And Nuremberg is incredible, or it was before the war. You could see here, it was full of spires, cathedral-style market squares. It had an extremely Tartarian aesthetic. There is no denying. This is one of the most beautiful cities I've ever seen. Some of these structures were untouched, but most were obliterated during the war. And we have Hiroshima, Japan. As you can see before the war, the A-bomb dome had a copper dome, and you can see its Greco-Roman design. This is not at all Eastern. Where did all of this come from? The A-bomb dome was the only building left standing. One could say it withstood the test of time. You know what else withstood the test of time that was in Japan? It's in Tokyo, their train station. Look at this train station in Tokyo. It is immaculate. And it hasn't changed at all. Where are these structures coming from? Who built them? This was a reset. It was a cover-up disguised as progress. They didn't want to preserve any of these buildings. They wanted to erase them because all of this architecture didn't match their narrative. And the further back you go, the louder the evidence becomes. You ever wonder why or where the saying, "What in tarnation," came from? It came from the Tartarian nation and their architecture, because every time you look up at these beautiful, immaculate designs, you would say to yourself, "What in tarnation?" This video was for entertainment purposes only. Nothing that I said should be taken serious or literal. Hope you guys enjoyed. Peace and love, y'all.
No.
Turn left on High Street.
Just for shits and giggles. I like the whole Tartarian
Just ahead, turn
Empire
left on
information.
Airport.
It's fascinating that if it's true what they're saying,
Turn left
an
on
entire
Airport.
civilization
Then
was
turn right on
erased from
Airport.
history. about to pick up. Hello, how are you?
Good. You?
I'm well, thank you.
Head to your drop-off at 16 Ryder Court. Turn left on Orchard Court, then turn left on High Street. Turn left on High Street, then turn right on
Please use
Virginia
your
Avenue.
seatbelt for your safety.
Turn right on Virginia Avenue. Turn right on Virginia Avenue. Just ahead, turn left on Franklin Avenue. Turn left on Franklin Avenue. In a quarter mile, turn left on Main Street using the left lane. Turn left on Main Street. mile, turn right on Mount Pleasant Avenue. Turn right on Mount Pleasant Avenue.
Heard that shit.
Make a sharp left turn on Brennan Drive. Just ahead, keep left toward I-280 East. Keep left toward I-280 East. South Orange Avenue. In the quarter mile, turn right on Ryder Ford. Turn right on Ryder Ford, then drop off Jordan.
All right, let's go.
Thank you, boss.
You're welcome, sir. Have a good morning. Stay safe, stay healthy, man.
You too.
Thank you.
Head to your pickup at 17 Rose Terrace.
All right, so it is time for me to reveal the price for the special offer for Digital Launchpad. You see on Tuesday at 6 p.m. EST.
In a quarter-mile, turn right on Rose Street.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
Head to your drop off at 11 North Harrison Street.
That's correct.
Turn left on Tracy Avenue. Turn left on Tracy Avenue, then turn right on Avon Avenue.
For your safety.
Turn right on Avon Avenue. Just ahead, turn right on South 11th Street. Turn right on South 11th Street. In a quarter mile, turn left on 16th Avenue using the left lane. Turn left on 16th Avenue. In a quarter mile, turn right on Eastern Parkway. right on Eastern Parkway. In a quarter mile, make a slight left turn on Garden State Parkway North using the left lane. Make a slight left turn on Garden State Parkway North. In 0.8 mile, take right exit 145 toward I-280 North using the second lane for the right. Take right exit 145 toward I-280 North, then keep left. Keep left toward Harrison, then keep left. Using the second lane for the left, keep left toward I-280 West, then keep right. Using the right lane, keep right toward Fulton Street. In a quarter mile, turn right on South Harrison Street using the right lane. Turn right on South Harrison Street. Using the right two lanes, make a slight left turn on North Harrison Street.
Thank you.
You're welcome, ladies. Have a good night. Thank you.
Head to your pickup at 91 North Day Street. In a quarter-mile, turn left on Park Avenue using the left lane.
Hold on to your seats, folks, because what just unfolded on live television isn't your usual talk show drama. It's an all-out spiritual showdown that's got the internet buzzing louder than a Sunday sermon gone off the rails. Comedy titan Cat Williams just took a sledgehammer to televangelist Joel Osteen's polished image, and trust me,
Turn left on
the
Park
fallout
Avenue.
is nothing short of explosive. This wasn't some scripted roast. This was raw, unfiltered truth hurled straight from the comedy battlefield, and the world can't stop watching. What began as a routine interview segment rapidly spiraled into a full-blown verbal war zone. The cameras kept rolling, capturing every razor-sharp barb, every biting punchline that Cat lobbed with precision. If you thought church and comedy don't mix, think again, because Cat Williams just rewrote the rulebook, demolishing the sanctimonious veil with humor so sharp it cut right through the polished facade. The moment Cat grabbed the mic, the atmosphere thickened. His
In a
signature
quarter-mile,
blend of
turn left on
searing
North
wit
Day
and
Street using the left
unapologetic
lane.
honesty hit the airwaves like a lightning strike. And Osteen, he went from megachurch mogul to public punching bag in record time. With merciless clarity, Cat tore apart Osteen's opulent lifestyle, the sprawling mansions, the private jets, and yes, that infamous moment when doors shut tight at the very church that should have opened them during a crisis. But Cat's words weren't just jokes. They were a brutal spotlight on glaring hypocrisy. The studio audience was frozen, jaws dropping as the truth detonated around them. Suddenly, this wasn't comedy. It was a reckoning. A moment that forced even the most devout to squirm and question what they thought they knew. Then came the line that will be echoed in viral videos and memes for years. If Jesus flipped tables over money in the temple, what do you think he'd do to a private jet and a $10 million smile? Boom. The crowd erupted in stunned silence, then laughter, then chaos. You could practically hear the collective gasp as the weight of that statement sank in, reverberating beyond the TV studio walls. Social media exploded instantly. Clips of the fiery confrontation went viral in minutes, sparking debates, memes, and a frenzy of reactions. Joel Osteen's camp, deafening in silence. Cat Williams, trending at #1 across every platform. Hailed as the voice of raw, unvarnished truth, late night talk shows scramble to weave this moment into their monologues, while Twitter more
Hello, how are you?
Head to your drop off at 352 Jackson Street.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
In a quarter mile, turn right on Henry Street. Turn right on Henry Street, then turn left on South Essex Avenue. Turn left on South Essex Avenue. Just ahead, turn right on Jackson. Just ahead, turn right on Jackson Street. Turn right on Jackson Street, then turn right on Henry Street. Turn right on Henry Street, then drop off Rennie.
Right here.
Yeah, right. Good, man.
Okay. Have a good night.
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Turn right on Henry Street. Just ahead, turn left on South Day Street. Turn left on South Day Street, then pick up Tomas. Pick up Tomas. Pick up Tomas.
Hello, how are you?
Head to your drop off at 246 North Day Street. a quarter-mile drop-off to Moss. Drop-off to Moss.
You're welcome, ma'am. Have a good night.
Head to your pickup at 46 Riggs Place. Just ahead, turn left on Alvin Place. Turn left on Alvin Place. Just ahead, turn left on High Street. Turn left on High Street.
Devout to squirm and question what they thought they knew. Then came the line that will be echoed in viral videos and memes for years. If Jesus flipped tables over money in the temple, what do you think he'd do to a private jet and a $10 million smile? Boom. The crowd erupted in stunned silence, then laughter, then chaos. You could practically hear the collective gasp as the weight of that statement sank in, reverberating beyond the TV studio walls. Social media exploded instantly. Clips of the fiery confrontation went viral in minutes, sparking debates, memes, and a frenzy of reactions. Joel Osteen's camp, deafening silence. Cat Williams, trending at #1 across every platform, hailed as the voice of raw, unvarnished truth. Late night talk shows scrambled to weave this moment into their monologues, while Twitter more hold on hypocrisy. Hold on to your seats, folks, because what just unfolded on live television, hold on to your seats, folks.
In a quarter-mile, turn right on Joyce Street.
My brothers and sisters across the great continent of Africa, before you call me your leader, call me your brother. Before you call me a soldier, call me a servant. And before you see me through the lens of your religion, hear me through the ache in my voice, because what I bring to you today is not
Turn right on Joyce Street. In a quarter-mile, turn right on Valley Road. Turn right on Valley Road. Turn left on Riggs Place, then pick up Naomi on the right.
Morning, man.
Head to your drop-off at 307 Washington Street. Turn right on Essex Freeway, then take right exit 11. In a quarter-mile, take right exit 11 towards Center Street, Orange using the right lane. Turn left on South Day Street. In a quarter-mile, turn left on Washington Street. Turn left on Washington Street, then drop off Naomi on the right.
Right here. Have a good morning. Thank you.
quarter mile, turn left on freeway, drive east using the left lane. In a quarter mile, pick up Jason.
Danny?
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
All right. How are you doing today?
I'm well, sir. How are you?
Okay.
May I have your pen?
Sure. 9691.
Head to your drop off at Penn Amtrak train station. In a quarter mile, make a sharp left turn on South Harrison Street. Make a sharp left turn on South Harrison Street. In a quarter mile, turn right on Freeway Drive East. Turn right on Freeway Drive East. right to stay on I-280 east. Half-mile take right exit 15 onto New Jersey Boulevard using the right lane. Take right exit 15 onto New Jersey 21, then turn right on McCarter Highway. Using the right lane, turn right on
Jackass. Main entrance or the Ferry Street side?
The Fair Street side, please. Thank you.
You're welcome. Do you know if they still close that door or is it open all night now?
It seems like it's open all night now since they have that new initiative on there. Why?
I know a what?
They have that new initiative for the better pin station thing going on now.
Okay.
They keep it.
I know they used to close it around midnight.
Yeah, they used to. But now
They keep it open? So
In a quarter-mile, turn right to stay on McCarter Highway using the second lane from the left. Turn right to stay on McCarter Highway. Just ahead, turn left on Market Street using the left lane. left on Market Street. Turn left on Gateway Center, then drop off Jason on the left.
So 11 is good.
That's right here.
Watch it, brother. What the hell are you doing? Move out of the way, you prick.
Using the left lane, make a U-turn to stay on
Have a good day.
You as well, man.
Using the left lane, make a U-turn to stay on Market Street. Turn right on Gateway Center, then make a slight left turn. Pick up Busy on the right.
Morning, how are you, brother?
Head to your drop-off at 157 Hawthorne Avenue. Turn left on Raymond Boulevard.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
In a quarter mile, turn left on Broad Street using the left lane. Turn left on Broad Street. Make a slight right turn on Lincoln Park. turn right on West Petty Street using the right lane. Turn right on West Petty Street. In a quarter mile, drop off Busy on the right. Drop off Busy on the right.
Yes, sir. You have a good morning. Stay safe, stay healthy, man. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Head to your pickup at 825 South 14th Street. In a quarter mile, turn right on Clinton Place.
You see this guy right here? Well, he's about to drop some knowledge if you're just ready to listen.
And notice that these two pieces of paper are the same size. Do you notice that they have the same amount of ink on them? Do you notice that they're made out of the same virtually worthless stuff? It's paper. Did you get it? It's paper. When we create money, we have created an instrument of value that has no value of its own. And it's just as expensive or inexpensive to print the 20 as it is to print the 1. I'm here to prove to you that bankers, especially in the Federal Reserve System, make multiplied trillions of dollars and never create one thing of value. Are you with me? You want to learn this or not? Are you sure? An automaker might make 1 or 2% profit. A builder might make 10% profit. But the printers of money have no limit to the amount of money they can create and the wealth that they can create for themselves. Money's the bloodline of a civilized society. It's the instrument by which a product is sold or bought. Reduce the supply of money below the necessary levels to sustain trade. Reduce the amount of this
Turn left on Clinton
in the system below the levels necessary to sustain the current trade, and you create a depression. In 1930, let me ask you a question. Did we not have farms? In 1930, did we not have factories? Did we have the greatest roadway system in the world at that time? Yes. Did we have the greatest communication system in the world at that time? Yes. Did we have the greatest opportunity of trade with oceans on both sides and water systems like the Mississippi River running through the width and breadth of this nation? Did we have ability to move our goods and services? Yes. Did we have transportation and roadways? Yes. What did we not? Did we lack workers? Then what happened? I'll tell you what happened.
Turn right on South 14th Street.
The bankers decided no more money for you. They got out of the stock market. I can give you the family names. They got out of the stock market the year before. Do you know all the money that was lost in the stock market as people began to sell their stocks one after the other, after the other, after the other, and stocks that were valued at $10,000 were selling for 15 cents? And then they had to make a run on the bank because the banks, the stock market had said, oh, I'll tell you what you can do. You can borrow on margin. In other words, you can buy, the economy's really good here in the late 20s. Here's what you can do. You can borrow on margin for stocks. You can buy a stock at $100 worth of stock. You can buy it for $10, and we'll lend you the other money to buy the stock, and the stock is skyrocketing, so you stand to make a great profit. What they didn't tell the American people, and what you still don't know today, is that when they did that, they also put into that legislation that they would have a 24-hour recall. In other words, however much stock you bought, it would make a lot of money, but they could call that stock in, and you would be required not only to pay for the stock, but to pay for what you borrowed at interest from them. In other words, now you got to pay the $100 that they loaned you, but they're the ones that are calling it in. So when they called it in, you didn't have the money to pay for it, so you ran to the bank. But the bank only keeps 20% money on hand. They loan the rest of it out, so only 20% of the people could get any of their money out of the bank. So the banks collapsed, the stock market collapsed, all at the whim of the bankers who decided they wanted to make the money. Watch me. Watch me. All that stuff was being sold. $100,000 farms were selling for $3,000. Who do you think bought them? Why are you looking at me funny? You know what you're looking at? You're looking like sheep that have been led to the slaughter, didn't they? I'm going to continue. Can I continue? We didn't lack industrial capability. If you don't believe me, I just told you what started the Great Depression. Let me tell you what ended it. World War II. And all of a sudden, the same banks that said no money for farms, no money for food, put people in soup lines, no money for commerce, no money for railroads, no money for roads, no money, no money. All of a sudden said, war. All of a sudden, factories that were closed down began to work 3 shifts. Where'd the money come from? The same pockets that refused to give it before. Because they decide when it will be printed, how much will be printed, and how much usury or interest will be paid. Not the federal government. The federal government has no say in it, as I will prove to you. Say, debt is a devil. By the simple manipulation of a few wealthy bankers, World War II ended the Great Depression. After successive failures to convince the public of the need of a central bank by wars, these same European bankers financed both sides of the Civil War in this country. You don't even know that. Same bankers, same families, financed both sides of the Civil War. Why? They make the money. After they couldn't get the American people to swallow the lie of a central bank by creating war, they decided they would artificially create, listen to me, recessions, depressions, inflations, and panics. Since only a small amount of deposits are stored in the bank, about 20%, the other 80% is out on loan with security of property and your promise to pay it back. A simple rumor of a bank's insolvency would make a run on that bank. Everybody get nervous, would pull their money out of the bank, and that bank would collapse. And then the international bankers who started the rumor in the first place would look like prophets. Are you hearing something you've never known? Wave your hand. If you think America ought to know, wave your other hand. All right, then don't quit on me. One of the key movers and shakers of this, let's get a central bank by making the people afraid by causing their banks to collapse. One of the key movers and shakers was a man by the name of, you might recognize it, J.P. Morgan. His father was an agent for the wealthy. You might know this name, Rothschild family. Here's a quote. The Federal Reserve. In 1869, J.P. Morgan went to London and reached an agreement for a company known as the Northern Securities that was intended to act as the international bank, as the agent for the Rothschild company in the United States. The first major panic created by the international bankers occurred in 1893 when local bankers from around the nation were told to call in all their loans. Told by who? By these wealthy.
All right, brother. All right. Good morning, man.
You see this guy right here? Well, he's about to drop some knowledge if you're just ready to listen.
I notice that these two pieces of paper are the same size. Do you notice that they have the same amount of ink on them? Do you notice that they're made out of the same virtually worthless stuff? It's paper. Did you get it? It's paper. When we create money, we have created an instrument of value that has no value of its own. And it's just as expensive or inexpensive to print the 20 as it is to print the 1.
So it's just me.
I'm here to prove to you that
First of
bankers,
all, I got
especially in the Federal Reserve System, make multiply trillions of dollars and never create one thing of value. Are you with me? You want to learn this or no? Are you sure? An automaker might make 1 or 2% profit. A builder might make 10% profit. But the printers of money have no limit to the amount of money they can create and the wealth that they can create for themselves. Money's the bloodline of a civilized society. It's the instrument by which a product is sold or bought. Reduce the supply of money below the necessary levels to sustain trade. Reduce the amount of this in the system below the levels necessary to sustain the current trade, and you create a depression. In 1930, let me ask you a question. Did we not have farms? In 1930, did we not have factories? Did we have the greatest roadway system in the world at that time? Yes. Did we have the greatest communication system in the world at that time? Yes. Did we have the greatest opportunity of trade with oceans on both sides and water systems like the Mississippi River running through the width and breadth of this nation? Did we have ability to move our goods and services? Yes. Did we have transportation and roadways? Yes. What did we not? Did we lack workers? Then what happened? I'll tell you what happened. The bankers decided no more money for you. They got out of the stock market. I can give you the family names. They got out of the stock market the year before. Do you know all the money that was lost in the stock market as people began to sell their stocks one after the other, after the other, after the other, and stocks that were valued at $10,000 were selling for 15 cents? And then they had to make a run on the bank because the banks, the stock market had said, oh, I'll tell you what you can do. You can borrow on margin. In other words, you can buy, the economy's really good here in the late 20s. Here's what you can do. You can borrow on margin for stocks. You can buy a stock at $100 worth of stock. You can buy it for $10, and we'll lend you the other money to buy the stock, and the stock is skyrocketing, so you stand to make a great profit. What they didn't tell the American people, and what you still don't know today, is that when they did that, they also put into that legislation that they would have a 24-hour recall. In other words, however much stock you bought, it would make a lot of money, but they could call that stock in, and you would be required not only to pay for the stock, but to pay for what you borrowed at interest from them. In other words, now you got to pay the $100 that they loaned you, but they're the ones that are calling it in. So when they called it in, you didn't have the money to pay for it, so you ran to the bank. But the bank only keeps 20% money on hand. They loan the rest of it out, so only 20% of the people could get any of their money out of the bank. So the banks collapsed, the stock market collapsed, all at the whim of the bankers who decided they wanted to make the money. Watch me. Watch me. All that stuff was being sold. $100,000 farms were selling for $3,000. Who do you think bought them? Why are you looking at me funny? You know what you're looking at? You're looking like sheep that have been led to the slaughter and didn't know it. I'm going to continue. Can I continue? We didn't lack industrial capability. If you don't believe me, I just told you what started the Great Depression. Let me tell you what ended it. World War II. And all of a sudden, the same banks that said, no money for farms, no money for food, put people in soup lines, no money for commerce, no money for railroads, no money for roads, no money, no money. All of a sudden said, war. And all of a sudden, factories that were closed down began to work 3 shifts. Where did the money come from? The same pockets that refused to give it before. Because they decide when it will be printed, how much will be printed, and how much usury or interest will be paid. Not the federal government. The federal government has no say in it, as I will prove to you. Say debt is a devil. By the simple manipulation of a few wealthy bankers, World War II ended the Great Depression. After successive failures to convince the public of the need of a central bank by wars, these same European bankers financed both sides of the Civil War in this country. You don't even know that. Same bankers, same families, financed both sides of the Civil War. Why? They make the money. After they couldn't get the American people to swallow the lie of a central bank by creating war, they decided they would artificially create, listen to me, recessions, depressions, inflations, and panics. Since only a small amount of deposits are stored at the bank, about 20%, the other 80% is out on loan with security of property and your promise to pay it back. A simple rumor of a bank's insolvency would make a run on that bank. Everybody get nervous, go pull their money out of the bank, and that bank would collapse. And then the international bankers who started the rumor in the first place would look like prophets. P-R-O-P-H-E-T-S. Are you hearing something you've never known? Wave your hand. If you think America ought to know, wave your other hand. All right, then don't quit on me. One of the key movers and shakers of this, let's get a central bank by making the people afraid by causing their banks to collapse. One of the key movers and shakers was a man by the name of, you might recognize it, J.P. Morgan. His father was an agent for the wealthy. You might know this name, Rothschild family. Here's a quote. The Federal Reserve. In 1869, J.P. Morgan went to London and reached an agreement for a company known as the Northern Securities that was intended to act as the international bank, as the agent for the Rothschild company in the United States. The first major panic created by the international bankers occurred in 1893 when local bankers from around the nation were told to call in all their loans. Told by who? By these wealthy.
All right.
See this guy right here? Well, he's about to drop some knowledge if you're just ready to listen.
And notice that these two pieces of paper are the same size. Do you notice that they have the same amount of ink on them? Do you notice that they're made out of the same virtually worthless stuff? It's paper. Did you get it? It's paper. When we create money, we have created an instrument of value that has no value of its own. And it's just as expensive or inexpensive to print the 20 as it is to print the 1. I'm here to prove to you that bankers, especially in the Federal Reserve System, make multiplied trillions of dollars and never create one thing of value. Are you with me? You want to learn this or not? Are you sure? An automaker might make 1 or 2% profit. A builder might make 10% profit. But the printers of money have no limit to the amount of money they can create and the wealth that they can create for themselves. Money is the bloodline of a civilized society. It's the instrument by which a product is sold or bought. Reduce the supply of money below the necessary levels to sustain trade. Reduce the amount of this in the system below the levels necessary to sustain the current trade, and you create a depression. In 1930, let me ask you a question. Did we not have farms? In 1930, did we not have factories? Did we have the greatest roadway system in the world at that time? Yes. Did we have the greatest communication system in the world at that time? Yes. Did we have the greatest opportunity of trade with oceans on both sides and water systems like the Mississippi River running through the width and breadth of this nation? Did we have ability to move our goods and services? Yes. Did we have transportation and roadways? Yes. What did we have? Did we lack workers? Then what happened? I'll tell you what happened. The bankers decided no more money for you. They got out of the stock market. I can give you the family name. They got out of the stock market the year before. You know all the money that was lost in the stock market as people began to sell their stocks one after the other, after the other, after the other, and stocks that were valued at $10,000 were selling for 15 cents? And then they had to make a run on the bank because the banks, the stock market had said, oh, I'll tell you what you can do, you can borrow on margin. In other words, you can buy, the economy's really good here in the late 20s. Here's what you can do, you can borrow on margin for stocks. You can buy a stock at $100 worth of stock, you can buy it for $10, and we'll lend you the other money to buy the stock, and the stock is skyrocketing, so you stand to make a great profit. What they didn't tell the American people, and what you still don't know today, is that when they did that, they also put into that legislation that they would have a 24-hour recall. In other words, however much stock you bought, it would make a lot of money, but they could call that stock in, and you would be required not only to pay for the stock, but to pay for what you borrowed at interest from them. In other words, now you've got to pay the $100 that they loaned you, and they're the ones that are calling it in. So when they called it in, you didn't have the money to pay for it, so you ran to the bank. But the bank only keeps 20% money on hand. They loan the rest of it out, so only 20% of the people could get any of their money out of the bank. So the banks collapsed, the stock market collapsed, all at the whim of the bankers who decided they wanted to make the money. Watch me. Watch me. All that stuff was being sold. $100,000 farms were selling for $3,000. Who do you think bought them? Why are you looking at me? You know what you're looking at? You're looking like sheep that have been led to the slaughter and didn't know it. I'm going to continue. Can I continue? We didn't lack industrial capability. If you don't believe me, I just told you what started the Great Depression. Let me tell you what ended it. World War II. And all of a sudden, the same banks that said, no money for farms, no money for food, put people in soup lines, no money for commerce, no money for railroads, no money for roads, no money, no money. All of a sudden said, war. All of a sudden, factories that were closed down began to work for machines. Where'd the money come from? The same bucket that refused to give it before. Because they decide when it will be printed, how much will be printed, and how much usury or interest will be paid. Not the federal government. The federal government has no say in it, as I will prove to you. Say debt is a devil. By the simple manipulation of a few wealthy bankers, World War II ended the Great Depression. After successive failures to convince the public of the need of a central bank by wars, these same European bankers financed both sides of the Civil War in this country. You don't even know that. Same bankers, same families. Financed both sides of the Civil War. Why? They make the money. After they couldn't get the American people to swallow the lie of a central bank by creating war, they decided they would artificially create, listen to me, recessions, depressions, inflations, and panics. Since only a small amount of deposits are stored at the bank, about 20%, the other 80% is out on loan with security of property and your promise to pay it back. A simple rumor of a bank's insolvency would make a run on that bank. Everybody get nervous, go pull their money out of the bank, and that bank would collapse. And then the international bankers who started the rumor in the first place would look like prophets. P-R-O-P-H-E-T-S, prophet. Are you hearing something you've never known? Wave your hand. If you think America ought to know, wave the other hand. All right, then don't quit on me. One of the key movers and shakers of this, let's get a central bank by making the people afraid by causing their banks to collapse. One of the key movers and shakers was a man by the name of, you might recognize it, J.P. Morgan. His father was an agent for the wealthy. You might know this name, Rothschild family. Here's a quote. The Federal Reserve. In 1869, J.P. Morgan went to London and reached an agreement for a company known as the Northern Securities that was intended to act as the international bank, as the agent for the Rothschild company in the United States. The first major panic created by the international bankers occurred in 1893 when local bankers from around the nation were told to call in all their loans. Told by who? By these
Turn right on Central Avenue. Just ahead, pick up Anthony on the right. Pick up Anthony on the right.
This would be Turner's final investigation into the Lightfoot house.
Morning, sir. How are you? I'm well, thank you.
Head to your drop off at Newark Penn Station. Turn right on Davis Avenue. Just ahead, turn right on Harrison Avenue. Turn right on Harrison Avenue.
Supposed to.
They're saying it's gonna rain. Sorry, they say it's supposed to rain.
That's what they said. I don't buy it, but
Rain, slate, slime, snow, no rain. It's still the same thing. It's blessed. It's a good day. I love it either way, man.
we still got to go to work.
The bills don't change. It's like happy. It's like New Year's Eve. Yeah, right. But tomorrow the bills are gonna be the same.
Get it up.
I had a Malibu, just the same Malibu I had. They stole it because the city wants it.
They
never knew how rude it was.
They're notorious for stealing shit over there.
Yeah.
I had a K5 and they ran into me in the back, crushed the whole goddamn thing. Yep. Nah, this was late night. Yeah. Little bastard ran. Which is, as long as he was all right.
Yeah.
Cars can be replaced.
Exactly. They found mine in Sickle.
Mm.
They joyride, but they totaled it up. I never knew how roomy it is back here. Pretty big. I had the 2018.
Okay.
And brand new. It was like a little boat though.
Yeah.
Handling it sucks. When it comes to handling, but it's it's a nice classy little ride, man.
Yeah.
It'll do the job.
It damn sure do the job.
Yeah, it'll do the job, man. Like I said, I never had one problem with it. 2018, they just go to the out. Months ago. And I never had to change no problem.
I got to do a little more because I use it for this. So I got to do oil change. I always got to get brakes, tires, dumb shit.
Definitely I go to Chevy, constantly get the oil, the tires rotated. Matter of fact, I had the same tires for the past 5 years.
Wow.
And it got me through, man. I didn't have a sunroof though. That's kind of neat. That's a nice package. But I never knew how roomy it is back there. Wow.
Seat is pushed all the way up though, so
yeah, no, but it's still roomy. You still look far away. Everything looks compact. Then you got the little monitor there. It's good. What year is this? 19?
23.
Wow. Okay. It doesn't change at all, man. It's the sunroof, I guess. I thought they stopped making these.
The Malibus now. Not yet.
Dollars, yes, right?
Nope. They still making those.
They are making those. I heard
They stopping though. The Impala, they stopping that model.
right?
Yeah, they stopping.
And I think the Malibus too.
They're supposed to be.
Right?
They haven't yet though.
Yeah, I think if I find something nice like this, what color is it? Black?
Black.
Yeah, that's the one thing I want. I'm a clean freak, and every time I see a dog.
Yep.
Got that nice little blue, that Malibu blue. Oh, God. Midnight blue one too. I find one like that.
Yeah, this car taught me to be. I have an obsessive compulsive disorder. Right, so I gotta always do the same shit always. This car has taught me to relax a little bit because as soon as I wash it rains. As soon as I wash it, and then the dust that you see on it collects that same day.
And don't get the product come in the summertime under the trees with that green.
It was green. I left it green for about 3 weeks. I left it green for about 3 weeks. Because the first time I saw it, I went and watched it, got it detailed. It cost me $280.
Dude, I'm the same way.
Right? And then the next day, that shit was covered in green again. I said, ahí se queda.
No, the thing is, I picked black because I started on the 2018. I tried it out, and I was the whole person. I said, they said black, expected it. I said, all right. I don't have ever. Last time I did a black was a BMW. I was a TV. I never do black. I know better. I don't want no black.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep black because it's my signature color.
Yeah.
Every car I've ever owned.
You got tint on it?
Nah, I don't want the problems.
Oh, same here. I don't want the problem. We go through Ozell, we go through everything, and they're like, yo, we can't drive. To me, we can't drive. Of course, we could drive. You guys get pulled off because of their windows. Oh man, we can pull the wheels up. I help them if they do. I'll spaz the fuck out. What the fuck you pulling me over?
I mean, not anymore. You know what I do? As soon as they come to the car, before they ask a question, I open my window.
I don't even open. I don't even know why you open.
Because
I crack it.
Because I'm a dick.
Yeah.
Because I know the law. Check it out. As soon as they pull up, before they can say anything, I turn on my interior lights, put my hazards on, and open my window. As soon as they pull up, I ask them, what is your emergency and how may I be of assistance?
Yeah.
And then they'll be like, license, registration, and insurance. And then I'll be like, okay, what is your RAS?
Yeah.
Like, oh shit, he knows something. Because once you ask for the RAS, that's reasonable, articulable suspicion.
Right.
I need to know what you got me. But I'm asking him why you pulled me over without asking why you pulled me over. Right. And then as soon as he says why, I exercise my Fourth Amendment right against illegal search and seizure and my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. He can't ask me no questions. He can't check my car. Yeah, he said that. Now what you gonna do? What you gonna do now?
You do this shit.
Yeah, that.
My brother's a cop, right? He's been a cop for 30 years. So that's pretty much. I pulled me over. How you doing? Listen, by the way, my brother's a cop in Jersey City. He's on the beat 30 years. Sergeant Michael Gonzalez. Okay, but so what are you pulling me over for? If I know what you're pulling, it's gotta be. What are you pulling me over for? Oh, but I'm a dick too. What are you pulling me? That's your state trooper. I saw the other day with his hat. You know how they put the little hat low? I said, listen, right now I'm feeling a little fucking scared. I can't even see you. Pick up that fucking hat. Excuse me? Pick up the hat. I can't see you. And I'm still in the car. I don't put the windows down. I don't do nothing.
Yeah, no, I put them at ease, right? I turn on the interior light. I open this window. I don't open no other window. And now they're smart. Now they go over here. Bastards. I crack that one. I don't open that one. I crack that one.
Sometimes it is what it is.
No, I mean, as long as you know the law and you know the language.
Because you know we get around. What the fuck you pulling me over for? I don't have no kid. I'm by myself in the car. I mean, then again, I don't be having that problem. I'm just saying if you can pull over. Because nowadays it's like these fucking dudes, they profile, racial profile, man. Yeah. And it sucks. You can't even wear a hat because they think you're fucking young. But it's cold, bro. Yeah. You know, you got to beard up. No, come on, man. It's fucking kind of terrorist or something.
Oh, yeah, I love that one.
I'm telling you.
Come get me.
I'm telling you.
Come get me, buddy.
My brother's a cop 30 years. I know all the fucking trick. My brother, God bless you.
God bless, man. Be good. Travel safe. Come on, dick, why move?
This would be Turner's final investigation into the Lightfoot house.
It might be a hotel night. I'm dead serious.
It was the first night of his third investigation, and he had already found something new.
That's new. That's new. I've never seen that door open, period. Ever.
Lightfoot had left clues to where he had buried all of his victims. One of these was a map that Turner had been following for most of the second day.
There is a light on in the house. There's a light on in the house. Oh my God.
It seems that the spirits of the 18 women who had been murdered in this house were still trapped there, and they wanted to be found.
So, they're obviously trying to tell me something about this bathroom and or this closet. I don't know if there's a correlation between the two, but something.
All of the activity was centered around this closet. And on the third night, everything escalated with a phone call. This time, however, Turner would not be running. He was determined to find what these spirits were trying to tell him.
on Johnson Street. Turn right on Johnson Street, then turn left on Herman Street. Turn left on Herman Street, then pick up Edgar Alexander. Pick up Edgar Alexander. Pick up Edgar Alexander. Nama al usuario cuando llegues.
Edgar.
Buen día.
Buen día. Come on.
Just a big turn right on the corner highway. Make slight right turn. Important directions. Using the left lane, left toward I-280 West. Keep right to stay on Ray Place, then drop off Edgar Alexander.
Aquí es. A la orden. Haz un buen día.
Head southeast on Ray Place west toward Clinton Road. Take the next right onto Clinton Road. Head east on Ray Place toward Clinton Road, then turn right onto Clinton Road. Turn right onto Clinton Road. In a quarter mile, continue straight onto New Jersey 159 West Bloomfield Avenue. Continue straight onto New Jersey 159 West Bloomfield Avenue. Continue on New Jersey 159 West for half a mile. In a quarter mile, left on US 46 West. onto New Road. Your destination is on the left.
What a cherry the heavy.
Head east. Take the next left onto Changebridge Road, then turn right onto Bloomfield Avenue. At the light, turn right onto Bloomfield Avenue. In 600 feet, use the mid lane to turn left onto Hope Mountain Road. State Highway 3.
All right, people. 6:40. Most of you are getting ready for work right now. If you haven't left already. Have a great day. It's Wednesday. I lose track of days as soon as Monday gets here. Have a great day. Hump day. Be nice to people. Remember that. Even the assholes.
Use the right 2 lanes to take exit 53. 639 southbound, then quite right onto County Road 639.
What is Soylent Green? Soylent. Green. President Vladimir Putin said American people are eating Soylent, Soylent Green. What is Soylent Green? Can anybody tell me? Anybody? Anybody?
Turn right onto Patterson Avenue.
Yeah, I can't check because I'm driving. What is Soylent Green? Somebody tell me. Whatever it is, allegedly, we're eating it. Go to McDonald's, Burger King. Go to McDonald's, Burger King, Sonic, Checkers, or any other fast food establishment. We are consuming a product called Soylent Green. I've never heard of it until today. I don't know what it is, and I'd like to know. Somebody help. Matter of fact, why not help myself, right? Let's ask Google. What is Soylent Green? But it's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's a movie. I guess he did that for TikTok, so he don't got to say what it is. Allegedly, it's human remains. It's bullshit. Now, Rabbi Finkelstein. It was Rabbi Finkelstein who I heard years ago say that anyone who consumes, that product called beef from fast food joints, particularly the Golden Arches, you're eating, flesh, human flesh. It was a rabbi. I believe the rabbis because, they don't got shit to lose. Can't nobody cancel them. They don't give a shit. But that was some bullshit, So, I mean, I wouldn't doubt it, but I'm not going to just, bet the farm on it. So my bad for even bringing that up. That was some bullshit. What about backmasking? Y'all know what backmasking is in music? Backmasking is if you play the music backwards, it has a whole nother message. Pink Floyd was notorious for it. Black Sabbath was notorious for it. And a few others. I think Metallica.
Asked him to come over and played it in reverse without telling him what to hear, and he also heard the same thing. The soundtrack for intentional insertion of this track has been manipulated with was the obvious thing that first came to my mind. I did oscilloscope checks, some computer waveform checks, and found the soundtrack to be quite pure and untainted. For the next 2 or 3 months, I played back the majority of my musical collection at the time, which consisted of a range of rock and roll to gospel to love songs, country western, and found a wide cross-section of reverse messages that normally related directly to the theme of the song. If the song was about the occult, then you would find verses about the occult. If the song was about gospel music, you would find verses about gospel, praising God. It depends on the integrity of the gospel artist, of course. If it's about love, you would find reversals about love. So very basic questions came to my mind. It was obvious that there was nothing, there was no intentional manipulation. These reverse phrases were occurring as a direct result of the way the speaker or the singer at the time was constructing his sounds of speech. In other words, the peculiar phonetic rhythms and patterns to his voice. I could find no research anywhere being done into reverse soundtracks. This puzzled me somewhat. I would have thought that a phenomenon as widespread as this would have at least been looked at some level from an academic viewpoint. About a year later, I moved on to normal human speech. I remember the night quite well. We had a few people over, and someone said to me, well, listen, David, why don't we record our room conversation and play it in reverse? And then my reaction was, get out of here, play a conversation backwards. We played the room conversation reverse, and sure enough, right mixed in amongst the gibberish about once every 30 seconds were very clear and direct intelligence statements that were a reflection of what the speaker was thinking and feeling at the time. It seemed to me possible that we could speak in such a way that we're delivering 2 messages simultaneously. And for the next 2 or 3 years, I spent thousands of hours analysing tapes, finding cross references and patterns, and by the time 1987 came around, I had
You had to turn the camera around and picking up.
so many common factors to this whole phenomenon that there had to be something real to it. Then in beginning of 87, I remember I woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning and it was like something just clicked. And then I thought, this is another form of communication. It has to be. And I coined the phrase reverse speech and wrote the very first draft of my theory. It basically states that the process of spoken communication is twofold. As all of us are communicating with each other, we are constructing the sounds of our speech in such a way that we are delivering 2 messages simultaneously. One is coming forwards from the conscious mind, which is how I'm speaking to you now, and the other one is coming in reverse from the unconscious mind. Have had experiences where you have been speaking to people and you, within the first 3 or 4 sentences, you get a gut feeling that there's something more than what this guy's telling you. Like he's either telling you the truth or he's telling you a lie or there's something extra. A lot of us call that intuition. It is like
Good morning, ma'am. How are you? Good, okay. I keep going downriver or take this right here?
Oh, I'm not sure, but I think maybe to the right.
Yeah, to the right.
I think so. That way it's
Okay.
because when you're trying to wait, and
Trying to get you there as soon as possible.
it's okay. I'm gonna run. You have your lifeline, I can study around in your head.
It's good thinking. It's how I was taught to drive. My mother taught me to drive.
Yeah.
My mother.
Oh, okay, then that's it.
My mother taught me to drive, and she taught me to drive for the people in front of me, people behind me, to my right and to my left. Make sure I pay attention to everyone.
Yes.
Because it's not me, it's them.
Yeah. And now you as a driver, all yourself and the passengers, like in a way, right?
You know, in the real way. That's not your bus, is it?
I don't know what time it is.
7 o'clock.
I don't know.
You're welcome so much, ma'am. You have a good day. Safe travel. So the last thing I was talking about was backmasking. That's when a message is embedded in
Turn right on Main Street.
a record, a vinyl. And it's a deliberate act. The gentleman I was just listening to is saying that it's a phenomenon that occurs naturally when people are communicating. So like I'm speaking right now, every so often, every 30 seconds or so, or maybe longer, who knows? He said 30 seconds, could be longer, could be shorter. Our communication is twofold. I'm speaking direct, and then behind it, in another pattern, I'm relaying another message. Probably what I'm thinking, what I'm feeling, or something related to the persons that I'm communicating to. Who knows? It's an interesting phenomenon. I know the backmasking. I know that from the music. I play music backwards, and it's had clear, concise messages. I remember I had this doll. It was a figurine of sorts that spoke. It was of Obama and his "Yes We Can" speech. And for whatever reason, I got it in my head to record the speech while he was saying it on the doll, on the figurine, on my hand recorder, and then I played it backwards, and for sure there was a message. Yes, we can. Is eerily similar to the words "serve Satan." I know that's hard to believe, but for sure it happened. My whole family was present. Everybody was everybody was floored by it. Everybody was disturbed. So what we did was we found the speech as he gave it on whatever platform that was. I don't recall. And we played it and we recorded it, and sure enough, the same thing. Yes, we can. We'll serve Satan. All right, picking up. I'll turn this camera around. Good morning, sir. How are you? I'm well, thank you.
Check your drop off at 196 Monroe Street. Turn right on Main Street.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
Sleep. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good, good.
That's a tremendous name you got there.
Yes, sir.
What's your nationality? I am. Your parents were in the spirit because that's the name of one of our ancestors. Yeah. We would think it's the name of one of their ancestors. It's not. It's the name of one of our ancestors. Eleazar, high priest of the tribe of Levi. Are you familiar with your huh?
The meaning of my name?
Well, do you know the meaning of your name?
Yeah.
What's the meaning?
God help me.
Are you familiar with the Israelites, the people of the Bible?
A little bit. I tend to read it there.
So you know Moses,
Yeah.
the people that he was talking to when he came off the mountain? Those are the Israelites. He's an Israelite of the tribe of Levi. Eleazar is a Levite, right? Those people that he was talking to, those are our ancestors. Yeah. Mexico is the tribe of Issachar. Yeah, his name means he is hired. He is hired. Who works harder than Mexicans on this earth? Nobody. Nobody. That's why his name is He is Hired. Yeah. So you're an Israelite. You went from the tribe of Issachar to the tribe of Azateca to the tribe of Mexico. They changed your name to hide your true identity. Look into it. That's a lot to drop on you early in the morning, but look into it. Yeah, look into it.
I work for her, and sometimes, like today, especially when it's like days like this, not really that busy. So I tend to just wander off sometimes. Sit down and my thoughts start.
So yeah, type in when you get a chance. Mexicans are Israelites. And when you type that in, it's going to come up a whole bunch of stuff. And then you just start from there, wherever it takes you. There's a Hertz over here? Oh, shit.
Drugs and car wrecking. It's a franchise.
Good. I rent this from Hertz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Corporate, right?
Yeah. Well, no. No. It's a regular, rental place from Hertz in Hackensack.
Oh, that's cool.
That's corporate?
Yeah. Our places are here, Livers and that's our
That's your corporate?
Yeah, that's like the big corporate, we rent the cars that can go like one way. That's like Ramen, Jersey City, Hackensack.
Hackensack is a little rinky-dink ass place. A little small joint.
Yeah. It's like by McDonald's, right?
Yeah. Right on the corner. Yep.
I be doing drives for them sometimes. I gotta go drop off a car all the way to Virginia or Florida.
I thought about doing that, but I don't think it pays enough.
They don't. It just gets me tired, you know?
All right, man. Be good. You as well. You know what we should talk about? Toxic relationships. How many people are in a toxic relationship as we speak? How many people are married and their marriage is toxic as hell? Or coupled up, toxic as shit? Where everyone's a narcissist. Everyone's a user. Everyone's angry. Everybody's, pointing the finger at each other, but no one's taking any accountability and doing any inventory. They're doing your inventory, but not their own.
Megan Fox, who has claimed to be a man several times, raises her son as females from the get-go. When they were babies, this was not a choice that they were given. This is something their so-called mother has done to them. To me, that's child abuse. Because when these boys grow up and they start behaving like boys and having feelings that are boys' feelings, they're going to feel a sense of shame, I believe. And it's not because of them, it's going to be caused by their mother, someone who's supposed to be caring for them, but it's directing their path in life. To me, that's child abuse. It should not be happening. I don't know why we allow these stars to do this to the children. We see it one right after the other. All of their sons turning into females. That has to be something that's pushed upon these kids. This is something they're not deciding to do. It's something that is put upon them by their parents and forced upon them. This is abuse. But Megan Fox, who claims to be a male sometimes, raises her sons as females. That's child abuse, people. It's child abuse. Megan Fox, who has claimed to be a man several times, raises her sons as females from the get-go. When they were babies, this was not a choice that they were given. This is something their so-called mother has done to them. To me, that's child abuse.
Buen día.
Pero tres cerdos. Pero tres. ¿Qué regreso?
Yes.
Yo tenía yo un pico. Yo venía loco.
Dale, come on with your stupid. Sorry. Quieta. Esta. Allá. Para la misma dirección. Hello, Professor Wendy. Is it true that the actress Megan Fox is raising her sons as girls? Is that true? I don't know. I can't say. A lot of shit that I don't know, I guess. And I normally wouldn't even give a shit about this, but isn't that child abuse? Isn't it? Like, she's raising boys as girls. What the fuck is that about? I don't get it. Just want to know. I mean, that's what I'm hearing right now, right? And you got to take the shit that's on social media lightly. Believe everything that's on social media, because it could be bullshit. So again, is she really raising her boys as girls? Let's ask Google. I don't know. Let's hope not. Is Megan Fox raising her sons as girls? Okay, so I don't know. That sounds like a bullshit answer. It says no, Megan Fox is not raising her sons as girls, but she has publicly stated that she is raising them in a gender-neutral environment. The fuck is a gender-neutral? The pictures look like she's raising them as girls. One is in a dress with long hair and barrettes. The other two, long hair and real effeminate looking. I don't know. Like I said, you gotta take the shit with a grain of salt. They get like, I don't know how true it is. But if it is true, that bitch is sick. Ain't she the same broad that was claiming to be a vampire, drinking MGK's blood, and he was drinking her blood? That's nasty. Only white people. Because I don't know no black people doing no shit like that. Like drinking blood and shit. Yeah, you got Dwayne Wade. His son is a fucking homo girl. And, whoa. Shit, buddy. Hello. That's correct.
Right on.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
Turn right on Main Avenue.
Right. Where is that? This here? Right here? Okay. Which one? So, child abuse. I think that ties into that statement, that that message that that person, Eric the Giant, left on here yesterday. Have fun on your war with your war on intelligence and on children.
Just ahead, pick up Roberto on the right.
That would be a war on children, in my opinion.
Pick up Roberto on the right.
Yes, sir. How are you, sir? I'm well.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
Gotcha. Don't use the signal. It's okay.
That's why I drive, but sometimes I avoid driving.
A lot of crazy people. Not like it used to be. People used to know the rules. Now,
I always think to myself, I'm like, having a license, but you know how to drive.
that's good true shit.
That's only the permit to drive.
That's
You know,
it.
like at the beginning, I didn't have a license, so my mother had to have a license. So, like, oh man, I used to always compare about my driving. So she said, oh, but my mind is now that she sees me driving, she's like, oh, I'm like, come on, man. Just the basics. You stop, you right, so people think, you know.
You know, there was a period that you didn't need a license in this country, and you still don't.
It's actually supposed to, you don't need it unless you travel to USA. You got free to travel.
Right. Only time you need a license is to do what I'm doing. Truck drivers, bus drivers, shit like that. Commercial. Regular person doesn't need a driver's license. But now, I'm all for it. Make them get a license.
Yeah.
Make them, because people don't know what the hell they're doing. I mean, and I think they do. I think they're being deliberate with the shit that they do.
They don't know that. You become a driver, you drive, you know how to like.
Right.
Practice. They have been driving for like a year. They have a year.
Yeah, no.
That's why I haven't even buy a car. Whenever I use it, I use that one. Plus, if I say there is no parking. No parking.
Yeah, soon there won't be any parking anywhere. Where I live, we have to fight for parking.
Right now, they're getting a lot of parking. The public control has their parking spots. They're building a big park only by the city hall. What about the other people? They drive, you find a path, you have to do something else. You try to do something else, you try to walk or you try to take Uber or whatever you want to put in your car. The tickets are expensive.
Yeah, I understand completely.
Plus, I drive the driver and that's all days on my car.
Yeah, my family don't understand it. I drive all day. Well, overnight. I come out around midnight.
Okay.
1 o'clock, 2 sometimes. Today I started at 2. The last thing I want to do is drive when I get home. I will, but I'd rather not. And then parking, like, it's got to be real. You got to really, really, really need my help in order to get me to move my car. Because once I move, that's it.
Yeah.
Like, I left at 2 this morning. Somebody pulled up next to me, waiting for me to move. At 2 in the morning, I was like, damn, how long has he been out here looking for parking?
Monday we were having this no parking like this dark. I have friends. It's like I pick me up. It was almost 1:30. He's like, oh shit, he said, I don't have time for this back. Sometimes I have to like park like 3 blocks away from my house.
Yeah. Yeah, get my steps in. That's the only reason I don't get upset is because I get my steps in. Right, I get to walk. I don't like it, but I tell myself it's okay because I'm walking, and that's cool. I'd rather not be 3, 4 blocks away from home.
Just open your door and that's it.
That's it.
Driving.
I used to go from 9 to 5 in the morning. The reason I changed my hours is parking. Because there's no parking at 5 in the morning. None. Straight in?
Yeah, after the speed on the
That?
Yeah.
Where's your door? Ahí.
Yeah, the right there. Yeah. Thank you so much.
You're welcome so much, sir.
Man.
You have a good day. Get out the way I came in?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Have a good day.
Then make a slight right turn on River Road.
So, child abuse. And why are celebrity parents not guilty of it when they, you know what, it doesn't even fucking matter, right? It's always the people who give a shit that are charged with, wrongdoing. But these celebrities, these stars, these people who are worshipped, they can do no wrong. Like, how is it that, well, I mean, again, I know how it is. It's just evil and wickedness, corruption. People wanting to be different. And it doesn't matter now, right? Because you're President Donald J. Trump, reestablished by executive order what a male is, what a female is. And the official position of the United States is that there are two genders. That's it, male and female. And if you're born with male reproductive organs and the XY chromosomes, then you're a male. If you're born with the XX chromosome, you're a female. That's just what it is. That's the law now. I know that you weirdos are going to change it back. Because you're fucking weirdos. But the reality is that it's how God did it. So changing it ain't gonna make it so. And it doesn't matter. You're a female. You were born a female. You will never be a male. It doesn't matter how much hormone therapy you do, how much surgery you get. You will never be a male. You'll never have male reproductive organs. And if you're a female, if you're a male, you identify as a female, doesn't matter because you'll never be female, ever. No matter what you do to yourself, you'll never be a woman, you'll never be a female. And the very fact that you can't identify either, what's a man, what's a woman. We know what a woman is. A Homo sapien sapien with female reproductive organs. That's a woman. Or that's a female. Womanhood is a state of being. Gender, they say that that's a construct. No, it's not. No, it's not. You're a fucking female. If you are a Homo sapien sapien that has female reproductive organs, that has ovaries, fallopian tubes, a vagina, a uterus. You have those, and you're a female. And if you're a Homo sapien sapien that has testicles, a penis, and a prostate, then you're a male. You know, here's something I don't know. Do women have prostates? Do women have prostate glands? No. Okay, so yeah. If you have testicles, a prostate gland, and a penis, then you're a male. And it doesn't matter if you have surgery to remove it. Doesn't matter how much hormone therapy, doesn't matter what you do, what modifications you make. You'll never be a female, Mr. Man. Like I saw that tape, there was a panel of people, and Ben Shapiro was one of them, and that transgender person grabbed him around the neck and threatened him. Oh, shit. Buen día, señorita. 93. 12. Yes. A la orden. Pase buen día. Gracias. So yeah, that topic. And thank you to President Trump for reaffirming what was already mainstream science, common knowledge. There are two genders, male and female. Period. Must have been a hell of a shock to you people to wake up that morning and realize that your whole gender identity agenda had been abolished.
In a quarter mile, turn left on the Mount Prospect Avenue. Take the next left on the Mount Prospect Avenue.
That looks like a grid, an electrical grid. Shouldn't that be a little more protected? Shouldn't that be a little more protected? Look at that. Looks like it's producing hella power. And it should be protected a little better. I don't know. What do you think? There's a lot of shit that can be discussed in America. No one's talking about.
Quarter mile to the right on State Campus.
Like, if our power grid goes down, people will start to die very soon thereafter. Right? Because we're dependent on this bullshit power. Now, anyone who has the know-how and wherewithal to harness radiant energy, they're going to be fine. Well, as fine as the marauders allow them to be, because it's going to be ugly. Again, I was watching Sean Ryan, his podcast, and he had someone on that was talking about the grid and power being disrupted and how so many millions of people would die within the first year. It's extraordinary. There we're so dependent on electricity for our day-to-day. And you would think that they would have allowed the ancient technology, radiant energy, to exist, because without it, most of us can't make it. Yes, ma'am. Hi. You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You'll be okay?
Yes, it'll be fine. Head to your drop-off at St. Clair's Catholic Church. Make a slight right turn, then turn left on St. Andrews Boulevard.
I cannot turn right. I mean, I cannot turn left.
They do, but yeah,
Oh, yeah,
that's
no.
always safe, yeah.
Yeah, I can't. I have a commercial driver's license, so I got to follow all signs and signals.
Okay, that's perfect. It's okay, it's the same thing.
Should I turn here?
Yes.
Just letting him go. He was too close to me. Yeah, way too close. Right here? No? You're welcome. You as well.
Using the right lane to the right on Main Avenue,
It's alright, we've covered that. Now what? I hate the dead air. Seems like a waste of time. Bandwidth costs money. No problem. Ain't that? Ma'am? It's up to you, but if you're going to put it in the back, the button is right above the number 39. It's not inside. Okay.
then turn right on.
Here, right? Okay, I'm just gonna turn you around, okay? Just go over here, get out of their way. Okay, man. You're welcome so much. Have a good day. Yes, ma'am. What else is there to talk about? I mean, there's a lot, right? Talk about the health of the American people, how we're all so unwell. Because of our standard American diet. How upwards of 85% of everything we eat is super processed, hyper processed, highly processed, whatever. The bulk of our diet is processed. Then the other 20% is genetically modified, if not 100%. Now I understand that, what's his name, the funny nerd, Microsoft, Gates, they're selling meat that isn't meat. It's lab-grown petri dish protein. They're selling it, and they don't have to tell us about it. They don't label it. They don't got to tell us that it's fake, because they're saying it's not fake. And my thing is that if it didn't come from a fucking chicken, then it's not real. It's synthetic. And we will not be any the wiser. None the wiser. And
Turn right on Beach Street.
no idea why the phone is lagging. Have plenty of data. I think I'm gonna have to get a new data plan. I'm probably gonna go with AT&T. Allegedly, they have a data plan that has no data caps. So I'm willing to pay a little extra for better quality. So what do you say, people? What's going to happen to the state of disunion? Do you think there's going to be a war here? Do you think that someone is brave enough to attack? I think that the country is primed for an attack. I think they've been preparing us. They've been preparing us for a terrorist attack for a long time now. Let me turn the camera around.
Morning, Craig Weaver.
Morning,
Going
sir.
to Hackensack.
That's correct.
No, that's
How are you this morning, sir?
pretty good. How are you?
No complaints, man.
A little busy today? Not too bad yet?
Not too bad.
Out here, right?
Right? I'm gonna call it a day in a couple of hours, though.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I came out about 2
At what time?
2 a.m.
Is business then?
There's business all night long. Yeah. Surprisingly, yes, there is.
I would have never thought that.
Well, yeah, considering here in Jersey, people party Sunday through Sunday, right? That's just one group. And you got the people going to work, people leaving work, people traveling to the airport.
Airport.
Right.
That makes sense. Would you rather do that? You'd rather drive at that time of night?
I used to drive 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. The only reason I stopped doing that is because of parking where I live. I had to take, when I get off at 5, I had to wait till about 8 to find a parking space.
Oh,
yeah. No,
I guess it depends on which one.
well, I'm in the Central Ward, just the beginning of the North Ward, the end of the South Ward.
Oh, yeah, there's
Yeah. Right on Park Avenue by the, just up the block from the park.
Be right around Brentwood.
Yeah, right there.
Oh, yeah, that's, I think
This one.
no, right,
That
yeah,
one.
yeah, you're good. Yeah, that's always good news there.
Yeah. It's a commuter's hub, so,
Yeah, that's
and it's, you know, people are packed in that area now. Not North.
no, it is not. You're absolutely right. It is that part of the world. Around like Rutgers, that's okay.
Down,
The
down-
neck,
yeah. Well, I'm old enough to remember when the Ironbound was all Jewish and all Italian.
Ironbound?
Ironbound.
Really?
Yeah, the Jews and the
Yeah, I'm
Italians.
old enough to remember when the North was all Italian. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was hell.
Yeah, when I was coming up, it was the North Ward from Broadway all the way into Belleville.
Yeah.
Was Puerto Rico. Now
Up into Belleville, yeah.
up into
Exactly,
Belleville. And now it's a plethora of different people. Not many white folks.
Not back then. No.
Or today.
Even today?
Even today.
Those always going on.
Well, no, Belleville, yes. I'm saying North.
Park, yeah, coming up.
Yeah, North. When I came to North Newark, I think the last of the Italian family was just leaving Garside, which isn't even North Newark. That's Central. They were off by Orange Street.
Oh, I know exactly. The train kind of runs.
You from over here? You from over here?
I was born up here. My grandparents lived there. Went down to, DC, so I spent I came back up here.
Okay.
I mean, but it's been some time. So I had to do that. Been around a little bit.
All right. Still a young man, though. I'm looking forward to 65. Absolutely.
Basic guy. Basic guy.
Yeah, no, I'll be 55 this year. When I was a young boy, I thought 55 was dead.
I thought it is a little better now. A lot of guys get like still get out, play a lot of basketball. Not so much anymore. It's not because I don't even. I just have different games. I just enjoy it. I like to, just get out. They don't want to be the next LeBron.
Right,
It's just a different mindset. It's not right. I can go game, nice game. Food. And everybody's good. I talk, I argue a little bit. Just a little hot things. I just like that.
Right.
The younger
There's a fundamental lack of respect now.
And just to me, like, I think
emotion.
I used to coach at Arms High School. Me and some of the other coaches, you can tell the meeting. Boy did not have a strong offense. Even if it was just an uncle. Even if it didn't have to be a father. Even if it just had an uncle.
Yeah, somebody.
Some male with the boys. That we can tell the meeting. Like, I can get kids behind. Right now, like, on the guy with mamas, oh my god, they act like their mom. They literally do. They just act shit like can't tell them nothing.
That's how people were able to tell with my son. My son wears his heart on his sleeve. He's an emotional young man, but he can take direction.
He can take direction.
He can take direction. Yeah, no, and like he's emotional. Yeah, we're all emotional. We're emotional beings. But
do you have a discipline?
right.
Just can you regulate your
that? Right. Can you do that? And yes, right. Those who have male figures, I didn't have it then.
Gotcha.
But I had the men in my community,
which is fine,
right?
And you had somebody.
No, the men in my community were different. They were men.
Yeah, I know exactly.
You know what I'm saying? There aren't many men in today's America. Not many men. They're males. A lot of males.
Listen. I mean, even in my day, I was never
and that's best case scenario.
That's the best case. Oh, it's the worst case scenario is
yeah, these YNs today.
Oh yeah,
these YNs. They rather handle it that way.
No, they can't. They can't. It's never.
That's Mike. He's a very profound man, right? I never knew. I would have never thought. This is the man who said, "I'll execute love me.
Yeah.
I'll eat your children." He was wild.
Which was still profound. On one level,
that is. To children, Mike was wild, and that's biblical. Yeah. I'll eat your children. That's biblical. Yeah, one of the wildest. But I watched I watched that being Mike Tyson. I haven't then when I watched it. I found a new respect for him because he was on another level.
That's different.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's sad that there's always someone of our ilk that destroys us.
Oftentimes.
You
go outside the community, it's coming up. And so you're going to get basic facts.
Right now, I'm following a young man from Burkina Faso. His name is Ibrahim Traoré. He's the captain of the military there, but he's also the president of the country now.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. He came in there and he started corruption, all that. Oh, I know exactly what
he got rid of the imperialists.
It's like we bought all these things right here, and we were going
to them.
Exactly.
Yeah, no more.
I remember exactly.
And what bothers me is that
why can't we have kids? I remember like when I was okay. Why can't we do that? Oh, I know why.
Right. Everybody. So he got rid of everything, and he's in a war for independence and sovereignty and security. And he's partnering up with some very gang right now. The problem is that the Western powers are plotting against him. There have been 29 attempts on his life. 29. Now they've sent General Stephen Langley, commander of AFRICOM.
Oh, okay.
He's over there now. But what bothers me is, why do they always send a black man against a black man? Why? And what I said was that there's always one ready, willing, and able to do it. There's always one. William O'Neill went after Fred Hampton. Right? But why would you, I would never go against my people. I would never. I don't care what it is. Okay, if he was a sick psycho, right? But I'm talking about all he's doing is trying to elevate, educate, empower, enlighten, and liberate his countrymen and his country.
See, that's the whole point.
Right, but that's the duty of him.
But that's what I'm saying with the Western. Burkina Faso, they have mineral wealth. They have a lot of different metals.
Yeah, precious metals, minerals, different elements that are needed.
But yeah, it's time, and I agree that these people, the entirety of the continent, should unite under one banner and become what they've always been, the superpower of the earth.
I'm very skeptical about this centralized government. It's like place. I like diffuse power, like power to communities. You know, actually even going down to individuals. Like, there's no other human being or group of human beings that know what's best for you that you do.
I agree,
And that's where most of power in your life, in my opinion, should be.
I agree. But here's the thing, right? That someone needs to protect that in a centralized form, kind of like the Constitution of this country, right? Now, we know that it wasn't written with any of us in mind, right? But you got to admit that these men who wrote this Constitution thought enough of God to take the rights that he gave us and enumerate them and protect them on a federal level.
I listen to you there again. I'm a big First Amendment guy.
I'm a big Second Amendment guy.
I'm a big Second Amendment guy because without the Second Amendment,
You don't have it first.
How do you exactly?
You're right, you don't have it. I try to argue that with people, though they don't want to hear it. And I'm like, okay, so would you rather have a gun and not need it than need it and not have it?
I'm at that point in my life and have been for a little while where I just don't even talk to those people.
Yeah, right.
I just
It's
let it go.
safer.
You know what I mean? What are you going to do? You're not going to convince people. A lot of people don't get it. A lot of people cognitively they can't get it. I was a math teacher for a long time. I still do a couple of my classes. I actually go to a place right now doing networking. I learned a long time ago is that by definition, anything that humans can do, half the people are going to be below average. Intelligence, that means knowledge, like that's the curve right here. That's
crazy.
It's a midpoint. You're going to have some people above it, but most people are going to be,
But
yeah,
50-50 though, that's insane.
That's just how everything is.
Well, here, right? Because go to China. It's not like that.
Still, no matter what in mathematics, you're going to find that median, that mode. You're going to find these data points. And you will find that no matter where you go, no matter what you do, you want to ride horses, there's going to be, you're going to have the tail end at the top, people that are really good, you're going to have above average. But if by definition, average means that there has to be below average.
Yeah.
Like it has to be.
It has to be, right?
Like, yeah.
There's no good without it. It's got to be balanced.
Yeah, there has to be a below average. A lot of people just don't even know. A lot of people can't read, right? You're surprised how many high school people they couldn't tell you what the
Yeah.
They couldn't tell you. I've seen things where people here in New Jersey, what's the capital of New Jersey? Name one state that borders New Jersey. You'd be surprised.
Seriously?
Oh, no. You can find that stuff on YouTube. Are Americans getting dumber or dumb college students? These are college students that don't even know names and stuff.
Yeah. And this is by design. I read a book years ago by an educator in New York City, The Dumbing Down of America. And he was an educator that was hired to bring up scores. His first year, he brought them up by 88%. His next year, by 98%. The next year, they terminated him.
A lot of it is by
design. It was so the General Education Board, or what we call the Board of Education today, was founded by the patriarch Rockefeller, right? I don't know his first name or initial, whatever. John D. He founded the General Education Board, and he said that he does not want a nation of critical thinkers and philosophers, but we have many of those. What we need is obedient workers, smart enough to run the machine, dumb enough to stay quiet and not realize why they're not advancing. If his vision didn't come to fruition, like right now, it's not gonna, and it already has. Just look at it. No one in education today as far as grade school level, high school level, no one is reading on their level.
College.
It's not just. But it was sad because when I was in the second grade, I was reading on a high school level. I was doing high school math, and most of the students were.
Yeah, even students that weren't thinking about college or weren't thinking about that. That's the one thing you did get back to. You learn how to read, but they teach you how to read them.
Mm-hmm.
I learned how to sound the words out,
Mm-hmm.
and they don't learn that anymore. They can't write cursive anymore.
No,
They don't teach it.
they don't even teach it. Right.
No, they don't.
We had PEMDAS.
Exactly.
We had Chisenbach. We had ways of learning.
So you remember PEMDAS? Huh?
Yes.
Yeah, I know exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. I had educators. I was fortunate. There aren't any educators now. They're just trainers. And it's not even their fault. I pray for our educators or our trainers because their hands are tied. They have to follow the curriculum or they get
Kind of being and been in it. A lot of the curriculum is written by people.
No one's really gonna let me go. Really? Of course you will. So
Nothing in the class. It's all this theoretical stuff. All theory. They haven't tested. I teach. I'm a very hands-on person. Reading a lot of cookbooks. You literally have to get in that kitchen.
and you gotta cook.
And you gotta cook. And somebody burn yourself every day. You gotta get in that kitchen.
Yeah, don't worry about burning and messing up.
Yeah,
Failure is part of success.
That's part of with that. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty literally what I said. No problem. Make mistakes.
You don't worry about it.
You have to get in and start.
Yeah, it's the only way.
How does potato? Keep it cool. You slice it up onions. That's how you are. That was good.
Absolutely.
But the way that how that's perfect. Burn your mouth with a choice.
Right.
Not mine anymore.
And then that's another thing, right? No one is like even never mind in the education system.
In the family, which is now broken. No one is teaching the younger generation.
By design also.
Yeah, by design. Absolutely.
By
I read a book that was, they say that it never existed now. They say it was debunked. It never was written. I read it. The Willie Lynch letter.
I know what you're talking about.
I read that. They're saying that never was published, that he didn't have nothing, that's not real. I read it.
So, at the very least, you can say, it's like, yes, it was published.
It existed.
That's all.
Right? They're saying, nope, not only did it not exist, not only did he not have anything to do with it, it's not real, it didn't even exist. I'm like, oh, y'all people crazy. And it was, if you read that letter, that was then. The breaking of the black family,
the model family in America. And they knew this. They had to break that up. Get rid of the man, make the woman what you would want to make her, that independent, I don't need a man.
One of my more controversial thoughts were related to finally on the quality of now you incentivize women. Now I'm giving you an incentive. You don't have to work it out.
Right.
Now you do about this together.
That's right. He's your daddy.
That's your daddy.
They don't want to hear that, though.
No.
They don't want to hear that.
I mean, I've argued with black women now, right? Like, little things out there. It's like, well, if they're not around, like, who's raising them to not be shit? Can you at least think that through? And you're the one who's raising it.
No, the first teacher of a man is a woman. The very first teacher of a man is a woman. His mama. His mama is his first teacher. And God forbid that dad is not present. God forbid, because then that child's receiving all of the messages that this woman received. Most of it is bitter.
It's bitter, but it's also how you love. Like, there's nothing wrong. That's why we don't have the same body. That's why we argue.
The only thing equal about us are
you have a baby that's a we evolved in money like bow and arrow and spear while you're nursing our baby. You can't do anything. Protect you. Go out and hunt. That's how we evolved. It's 6 months. About 6 months. It's complicated.
Much.
So that's what we need.
Wait for this guy.
No, sometimes the GPS is not seeing it.
Come on, man.
Accurate sometimes.
Right in here, right?
Yes, right here. And then you take this right.
Your entry point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sir, pleasure.
You too, man.
You have a great day.
Yeah.
Stay safe and stay healthy.
Okay, you too.
Thank you, brother.
mile, turn right onto the red up to Route 4 West. Turn right onto the ramp to Route 4 West, then merge onto Route 4 West.
We think it's 2025, but the timeline has been tampered with, and the calendars we follow built on lies. You've heard of Tartaria, the lost empire that spanned continents, but do you know when it existed? Most maps scrub it after the 1800s, but what if Tartaria didn't fall centuries ago? What if it fell just 200 years ago, and they rewrote the dates to hide it? Old buildings marked with 17 that were later changed to 18. Mud floods that buried cities, not over time, but overnight. 1,000 years added to the timeline, 13 months cut from the calendar. Some say it's not 2025. It's more like 27. If that's true, then what else about our past is fake? Tartaria didn't fall. It was erased.
1945, a plane crashes into the Empire State Building.
people, at the end of the day, I see you back here tomorrow. God willing. So next day, I don't know. Shalom. Bye, everybody.